Yes. All right, let's see where I left off. So I was in the middle of trying to go through and edit some more things, right? So if I look at the log, port a few of the Lua stub files. So now, the idea now is to port the rest of the Lua stub files. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to plug my phone in because apparently I've been using a lot of battery. Just replaying my own stream. Which is good. It basically gets me one viewer more than I would otherwise have. I'm not sure exactly why or how that is calculated. But I think it's nice. All right. Kind of a mess over here, but whatever. Let me plug my phone in and then go right back at it. Probably should have realized before that my phone needed plugging back in. Oh wait, I'm supposed to put on these fans. I just feel more comfortable with the fans going. All right. No, I don't know where my phone plug is. I thought it was right here. Shoot. I lost track of my phone charger cord. I think it's right here somewhere. All right, let me look again. Oh, I didn't think I was going to lose track of that. No? It was probably on a chair or something. I probably just tossed it on the floor or something. Oh wait, here it is. Yep, it was just tossed in a relatively sensible spot and I just didn't see it. So yeah, port a few of the Lua stub files to Elvish. So yeah, the next objective is to port the remaining Lua stub files. I probably will stop on any that I'm not sure about, the same way I did for Anagram, but we'll see. Let me bring something up on here. Let's see here. I think that's okay. Let me see if I can hear it. All right, I think that's okay. All right, just about ready, I think. All right. So let's go to the next. So whatever's after Anagram, basically. Nope. I don't think I'm going to do anything with concept. I mean, I'll see, but probably nothing. All right, so I think we did acronym. So there's the stub. That's Elvish. So good. So far, so good. All right, Armstrong numbers. Armstrong numbers. Okay, so this is Lua. So we're just going to say a function is Armstrong number takes number, your solution here, and I believe that's it, right? Seems right. Let's see if that seems okay for the test. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, next. After Armstrong, it looks like it's at bash cipher. Okay, so in code. Oh, interesting. Is this one supposed to also have decode? Maybe not. In code. I don't remember how at bash. I don't know if I ever knew. But apparently it's just in code and not decode. Not sure why. All right, next. Binary search. So it's just a function. What should the name be? So when they import this one, they are calling it find. But what's this about traced array? I don't know what that is about traced array. So Lua exercises practice. Here, let's collapse recursively. So this one is wait, are these alpha? Okay. Binary search tree. Huh. So what was that crap about traced or a traced array or whatever? That's weird. I'm looking for binary search. Okay. Wrong place. This one. So it has a traced array Lua. Okay, so this is something that's supposed to like help, I guess. Oh, they're counting the access counts. Interesting. So I guess we have to do that um, in the spec for this one. That'll be interesting, I guess. I'm not sure if they do that on every language, but on this one apparently yes. All right. So it's just going to be called find. Okay. I'll leave that one as it is for now. What's after binary search? Bob. So this one has hey. So I'm just going to say function hey, say. Your solution here. Okay. After Bob, we have bottle song. Recite. Okay. So I'm going to say function recite. Start bottles. Take down. How about bowling? There's something about this one that's going to be a little bit interesting too. So this one has a roll function and a score function, but the thing about this one is it's gonna roll some amount of different times. I did this one in awk. I think that's the only language I've completed this one in. Let's take a look. And it was rather different in awk. Let's take a look. So this is available in 34 different languages, which is actually not a lot. But it was available in 5 out of the 6 that I cloned. So Bash, so what are the 5? Bash, Lua, Wasm is one, Tikal is one. Is there one other? PowerShell. So it's only missing Batch. Yeah, so it's not available in a lot, and I've only done it in awk. Let's take a quick look. So I did 6 iterations because I don't know any awk, really. And I ended up with this long function. Most of the other functions, the community solutions, were kind of longish too, but not this long. But for this one, like in awk, the tests will show like, so they just pass in a string with a bunch of rolls. So that's rather different than the approach in the Lua version. I think for Elvish, the approach is going to be more similar to the Lua version. But let's see how these tests look. So at the top, we're going to say bowling scorer equals require bowling. And then they're going to say before each function, the scorer is going to be called a new bowling scorer. Okay. And then they call roll on the scorer. And then at some point they call score on the scorer. Right? So it is more of an oopish approach. It's quite different from how it was in awk. It's kind of sort of like what I would call oopish. There's a degree of encapsulation happening here, or stateful, like it's a stateful object. Anyway, so let's go ahead and do this. So it's going to be called function bowling scorer, but it doesn't take anything. But it does have some internal state, right? And so it's going to have your constructor here. I don't know if I should do it that way because, like, I don't know if that's a good way or a common way to do something with a sort of a stateful object in Elvish. Like, really what I'm doing is actually just creating a closure, obviously. And I think it's fine, but, like, I don't know if I should fill that in the stub because somebody else might do it a different way. So basically, I'm going to say function roll takes pins, your solution method here, and then function score, which does not take anything. So, I mean, that's how I'm considering kind of doing it. That way you can call bowling scorer to get a scorer, which is like these functions with some kind of closure, and I don't know if that's right. So come back to it, but that's what I'm going to do for now. Let's go to the next one. Clock. All right, so this one just is a clock. Let's see what the test looks like. Wow, lots of tests on that one. So it's gonna be a clock which says at. Is it always just saying at? Okay, well that's fine, I think. But then they're gonna call toString on it. Does that make sense? Ooh, I forgot I plugged my phone in and I started to pick it up. Okay. So they're gonna call toString on the clock. So I guess that's something. Oh, and here's a thing where they do plus. It should add no minutes. So there are a few different things going on with this one. So there's a plus and a minus. Anything else? There's an equals. All right, that's it. All right, so there's a plus, a minus, and an equals. I think that's fine. So I'm gonna do basically what I did on the other one. So I'm gonna say function at, and that takes something, which it was like a time, right? Shoot. Let me look again. It takes hours and minutes. Yeah, hours and minutes. Should create a clock on the hour. So clock at past the hour. Okay. So if we look here, there was something, I think I read something about when you use echo, print all arguments joined by the sep option. Echo built-in does not treat, okay. Print I think it was somewhere like probably at the beginning of the tour, I would imagine. Maybe not right at the beginning. Shoot. Slurp convert byte input to a single string in value input output. Put each all. value pipeline. I don't think there's any concept of something like a typedef, right? Because it's not like statically typed or anything like that. I think it's just going to be a two-string function. There might very well be something that I missed. Okay. I think it'll just be just a two-string. So there will be two-string plus and minus, and that's pretty much it. Or and equals. Two-string plus minus equals. Okay, so two-string doesn't take anything. Equals plus minus. All right, so then all of these take other. Okay. Okay. I'm going to leave that one. Let's go to the next. Colats. I think this one's very simple. Let's take a look. It's just a function. What should it be called? They're just saying conjecture. I think I already saw that. Okay. Then we have crypto. Let's see how this one looks. So we just call ciphertext, that's it? Okay, let me look. Crypto square, require crypto square. Ciphertext, ciphertext. Okay. We have darts, and that one's done. Okay. Then we have diamond. What you're doing right now, I have seen so many people fail on estimates. They get the basis program running and tell management they're soon finished, but they still need to code the rest to get the basis program running. At least that's what this looks like. So for me, it looks like you got the tester working, and now you're coding the patterns for the tests. Yeah, stubs for each exercise, yeah. And there's like, there's kind of a lot that goes into it. Like, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be able to sort of like launch my own instance of the exorcism website. Like, I mean, the only way anybody's going to be able to like use the project is if I publish my own instance of the exorcism website online, and I don't know if that's going to be it. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like parts to it, but I mean, as far as like the time goes, like, I mean, what are we in? It's currently day 2, and half the day is left, and then there's a whole other day plus. So, I mean, we're not even really halfway through the amount of time. But anyway, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Day 2, well, yeah, it's halfway through day 2 right now. Okay, so did we do this? Okay, so this one is called this. So we're gonna do the function is just called diamond. Which difference of squares? This one comes with several stubs. Square of sum of squares, difference of squares. Okay, fair enough. And it's just those 3, I think, right? Nope. Square of sum of squares, difference of squares. Okay. Square of sum. Sum of squares. Okay. Difference of squares. That's N, N, N. All right, fair enough. Okay. D&D character. Character ability modifier. Okay, so let's see how that one's gonna look. So we're gonna call modifier, and then there's gonna be ability. And then there's gonna be character new. So then the character new is going to create some kind of map, I guess, and that's fine. Oh, but did it not take anything? Surely it took something. It took a name. Is it just a name? Oh, interesting. Each ability is calculated once. Random character is valid. Create a character with the supplied name. Okay, so it just takes a name. Okay, cool, fun. Next one. Eliod's eggs. So this one, I think it's just egg count. Yeah, this is a very simple one. Your solution here. Okay. Food chain. Verse versus sing. Okay, and I think it's just those two. Verse. So verse takes a number. Then verses takes two numbers. And then sing. Okay. Okay, then we have grains. Okay, so let's look at grains. So we're going to go square with a number and then a total. Okay. Scanning. It's like compute. Okay, so here we have compute. Yeah, just compute. Okay. Hello world. This is an important one because they always make you do the hello world before doing other exercises on exorcism. So here we're going to have hello. And this one, you also include this goodbye Mars in there. So it should technically be echo, I guess. Yeah, that's good. Okay, then the house. House, verse, and recite. Interesting. Oh, another one of these. Huh. I didn't realize they had so many of these. At first I only knew they had the spider one, but there's like a few of them. There's this one, there's like the 99 bottles of beer. There's like the there's something about for want of a nail or something, and then there's this one. My goodness. That's crazy. So we're gonna say we're gonna call verse, verse, and recite. So that's pretty much it. Okay. So for this one, it looks like it's just valid. Next, isogram. This is I like that this is going relatively quick. Let's look at iso no test. So it's just going to be is isogram, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. Easy peasy. Okay, so then we have kindergarten. Just a function. Interesting. So for this one, it looks like we return a map, probably. Should ignore case. I did this one in Lua, and it was a bit interesting. It made me actually use the Lua meta classes for once. Anyway, so we just basically need to create a garden. Let's see here. So this one, there's a maximum value. Is that the only thing called on there? Looks like it. Yeah, I think it's just maximum value. Okay. I think there was another version that had something else in it, but this one I think is just maximum value. Yeah. Largest series product. Nope. Leap should be done. Loon. Nope. So that's not it. So they're just going to say valid. OCR. Convert. So I think it's just convert. Nope. Smallest, largest. Yeah, we just need to say smallest and largest, I think. Okay, it is pangram. It's just is pangram. No, no, no. So this one, oh, interesting. So there's a last row. So we do rows and we do last row. Interesting. But that's just going to be a map that it returns. It looks like, look one more time, we just say triangle. And it takes a number. Aliquot sum classify. So it should just be those two. Okay. Okay, good. All right, so on this one, phone. So we do new, and then it has a number, and then it has a toString, and it has an area code. Okay, toString area code. The rest is just number, it looks like. Let's not call that. That's a little ugly. I'll just leave it for now. Pig Latin. So this one is translate, and that's it. Phrase. Next is protein. Translate codon and translate RNA strand. Okay. All right. Proverb. Recite, huh? Okay, so it's just recite. Pythagorean triplet. So for this one, what does it say? Nope, not that. Find triplets whose sum is 108. Oh, interesting. All right, all right. So that's the last P. Queen attack. So it looks like it takes like a config, as it was called in that other one that had something like that. And then it's going to have a can attack. All right, that seems fine. For now, at least, seems fine. So that was the only Q. R. Oh, there's a bunch of R. Oh my goodness. So this one is just raindrops and some number gets passed in, and that's it. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good exercise. Okay, so for this one, they included all of these stubs, but interestingly enough, they don't seem to be attached to any larger table. When I did this one in JavaScript, it was much more explicitly an OOP-ish type scenario, at least with encapsulation and state, not inheritance, of course. When I think of OOP, I don't really think of inheritance because, I mean, it's just not really common to use much inheritance in OOP. Maybe it's more common for some people or some places than others. I think of OOP more about encapsulating mutable state. Anyway, okay, so they're just doing two of them. So it's interpreting like each rational number just as a pair of numbers, it's like, for the most part. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I will say I liked the way it was in JavaScript, but this is also good, I think. Okay, looks like that's it. Okay, so are those the names? X rational, X real? Okay. And then a bunch of them do take a B. So but then these ones take a P for power, either after or before. Okay. All right, so that's it. We just put in some new lines. Okay. Next one is rectangles. Count equals function grid. Okay. So rectangles, we're going to do count. That's all we need, right? This one's actually pretty interesting. Oh, that one's actually quite intriguing. I haven't done that one. I might have seen it before, but I definitely have not done it. That one looks pretty cool, intriguing. Huh. Wow. Wait, how does this one work? Corner is required for a rectangle to be complete. Ah, okay. So there's two in that one, a larger one and a smaller one. If a corner was added, can we see this? If a corner was added right here, then I guess that would make it 3, because that would be the same as this one. Okay. That's an intriguing puzzle. I don't think I'm going to get to it during this hackathon, but that's an intriguing one. Might take a second. Yeah, let me take 2 minutes and I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so it just does a count, right? All right. Next, after rectangles, we have resistor color. So that one is done, or it should be. Let's see. Okay, that one's fine. Then we have resistor color duo. That's the way we spell. Yes. Yes. All right. So value. Yeah, just value, right? Okay, great, good. Next we have trio. That is not it. Decode. Okay. So that one took colors. Okay, fair enough. All right, next. Reverse string. Great. Okay, good. Next is gonna be RNA. Two RNA, that's it? Alright. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Robot simulator. This is a pretty good one. It just says function with config. So let's see how that plays out. So it's going to have a heading and a move, and an X and a Y. XY heading, move. Interesting. Okay, that seems alright. I don't think I'm going to fill any of that in on this stub. But, actually, I think I want to solve this one right now. Let's break up the... I've been here over an hour, just literally typing in stubs. Let's break up the monotony a little bit and solve this one right now. So the stub is just going to say function robot. config. I felt like I was kind of moving, but I really wasn't. It's been over an hour. It's craziness. How far down is robot? Robot is here. So it's a... Okay, that is pretty far down. But yeah, let's break it up. Let's solve this one right now. So let's go into robot. Whoa. Oh, robot simulator, excuse me. Okay, so we will copy the robot simulator stub into meta slash example elf. Okay. Nope. All right, so in here, oh, so this means let's go ahead and fix the tests as well right now. Let me take a look at them in the code and see if this is going to help. Okay, tests. So here, do any of them have several moves? It doesn't really look like it. Okay, so let's replace. So we're going to say it, and then a bunch of things that are not that. So we'll capture this as $1. So when we do the replace, it's going to be whatever. I think I'll need a helper function. So let me just put test helper function here. With a squiggle. And then this will be $1. Okay. And then we'll put this function local robots equals robot. Okay, so x equals 5, y equals 10, heading equals south. So that's going to be needed. That's going to be the config that's passed in. So whatever is not this, so that's going to go somewhere in the input. It's going to be, I guess, the first part of it. So that's $2. Okay. And then on the next line, it looks like we generally go robot move. I'm not sure if they always do that, but it looks like it's common at any rate. So then we need to capture this next part, which is going to be some things that are not this. And then that's going to be part of our input as well, so I'll do $3 there. I'll put that one in double quotes, I think. And then this, assert equal. So we're definitely going to need to capture these. I think it's going to look a bit simpler, but we'll see. So let's capture this first one. So we have something that's not a comma, possibly more. We have a comma, robot X. Okay, so that $4 is part of the expected. I guess I'm just gonna put it. I think I want to say and X equals, and then put $4. Okay. Assert equal. And then here again, we're going to capture some things that are not commas. Oops. And so that's going to be and y equals $5. Okay, neat. Then we have a comma, robot y, assert equal. Okay, so then here it's going to be and heading equals, and in double quotes, I guess I will put this $6, right? And that's pretty much it. So then we are going to capture the $6, which is going to be some things that are not apostrophes. Then we'll put an apostrophe, comma, robot, heading. So this matches 7 places, so that's great. Yeah, replace all. Or let's just replace one and see what it looks like. Okay, let me undo. Let me put this one in double quotes. Okay, let's look again. Yeah, that's a decent start. So let's replace all. And close that again. Okay, so we're going to say use robot simulator. All right, so we won't say this. Then we're going to say function tests. We're going to put all of these tests, and that's going to be these. Okay, nice. Oh, goodness. Okay, fun. Okay, test helper function, that looks good. All right, so now I'm going to need to adjust this part. So the config map, so wherever we have this x equals something, oh, that's crazy. It's almost always x equals 5. Shoot, is that really the way it is? Where is it in the Lua? I found it. Lua. Robot simulator. X equals 5, y equals 10. They did that in almost every one. This is the only exception? Ah, that's funny. I mean, I don't know if it's funny. It's just surprising, at least. Okay, but anyway, so wherever we have... like x equals 5 or 10, or 7, excuse me, 7. replace that with and x equals $1. So how many places was that? Yeah. So replace all of those. And again, over here, that shows up how many places? Okay. All right, so then y equals whatever. 10 or minus 10. Does that cover everything? Yeah, looks like it. So then this one will be y. All those commas have got to go, but let's get that next or after. And then there's going to be a heading, which is going to say north, or, which is the odd one out, south is another option. Okay, and then I don't think we want any commas probably anywhere. But let's get these others first. It should make the current X, Y, and heading available. It should raise an error when an invalid command is used. Okay. That one I think I'm going to have to modify or do something. I'm going to need, so the test helper function is going to have to take care of that scenario, actually. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hopefully soon, but yeah, we'll get there. So basically the difference with this one is that we don't end up moving, right? So should I use nil there? I don't, have I read about nil in here somewhere? They do have nil as a thing, right? So it just says the value nil serves as the initial value of variables that are declared but not assigned. Well, that's fun. So I think I'm going to use that because I don't want to assign anything to move. But I want a placeholder for it. So let me just copy this. So it's going to be, should make the current X, Y, and heading available. So that's going to be this. And then 5, 10, and north. So that's unchanged, sure. But then for the move, I'm going to put nil. Just as a placeholder value. Because I feel like we need a placeholder in there of some kind, but I don't want to assign it to anything. And then these values should be 5, 10, and north. Yeah, so far so good, I think. So I can get rid of this one. So this is the trickier-ish one because it's raising an error. So let me copy this one more time. So we're going to say should raise an error. That goes here. And then 5, 10, and north is how it starts again. Then for the move, we're going to use an invalid move string, ARALZR. because the z is not valid. And so then here, we need to put that we are expecting an error. Should raise an error. Let me see if there's something that makes sense for that. So here's exception. There is no literal syntax for exceptions. See the discussion of exception and flow commands for more information about this data type. An exception is a pseudo map with a reason field, which in turn is also a pseudo map in many cases. I think I might do nil there. All this says is assert has errors. So I'm just going to put nil as a placeholder to say that we're not expecting any output. Right here. Okay, so that's that. Now we need to make this test helper function, which is going to be very important. So, more important than in most, which is why I'm kind of interested in doing this one right now. So we're going to say test helper function. And we think it's going to take what? Config and a move, right? Let's call it a movement. And so then in here, we're going to go robot, or we're going to say var robot equals robot simulator robot config. All right. So far, so good. Then we're going to say if okay. So we're going to have to do try on this next part, I think. Maybe. So first of all, if not equal dollar movement dollar nil, then we check the movement. When we check the movement, we have to do it try catch. If it is nil, then we'll go else, and we will put the let's see. So the robot is supposed to have a move, and then I guess it's supposed to have maybe something like a status. It didn't specifically say that. Well, no, actually it did specifically say. In the Lua, the robot just has properties. For my purpose here, I'd prefer to have it give us a status if we want one. In fact, I think the status is probably going to be a method on it that gives us a map of x, y, and heading. So the status that it gives us is the same as this config. So yeah, I'm going to say $robot status. Simple as that. Simple as that. Okay, so then this part has try. So if we catch some error, I'm gonna just put nil, I guess. Oh, this should not be like that. There we go. Robot status. So yeah, I guess the status is just gonna be a property on the robot. Probably. Probably. Yeah, so what is it that we're trying? We're trying to basically call move on the robot. So to do that, let me think for a sec. Do we use a discard or something? I'm gonna have to look at the REPL real quick, but I think there was something I needed to look at in here. I probably need to read this whole part top to bottom. Actually, this built-in part. But I'm not going to right this second. Oh, defer? Oh, that's neat. Ah, that's very neat. A lot of people really appreciate this in Go. Myself included, honestly. It's nice to use it when you're doing Go. Drop. So, do we want to use something like drop? Well, actually, shoot. I don't want to output... So this outputs nothing. So ignore the first $n value inputs and output the rest. So let's try and mock it up. So if we're in Elvish, and I have... Wait, shoot. I don't think I'm ready to mock it up yet. I want to write it in the editor first. Okay, so here's our robot. It takes a config. So I'm going to say, in the end, I'm going to say we put something that has a status. We already saw that, right? And the status itself is a map. But it has to be variable. So I'm going to say, we need a function, a move function, right? So function move, and then move is going to be in here. And this one takes a move string, right? Or a movement. Why do I have that? So when we take the movement, we have to choose the heading. Okay, hold on. Okay. So the movement is a string made of any of 3 valid characters. A for advance, R for turn right, L for turn left, right? So it's a super simple one. So when we go through the movement, we're going to have to go through the chars one by one, of course. Okay, so now let me remind myself how we do that. Let me remind myself how we go through the chars one by one. So can we go for C and put like a literal hello here and go echo $C. Yeah, okay, so we can totally do that. For C, sure, dollar movement. Then I guess we can check which of the three the C is. So we're gonna say if, and we'll do like string equal. So in this example, we could do echo string equal $C L maybe? And what's that going to show? False, false, true, true, false. Okay, so that works perfectly. So we'll say if string equal $C A is the first one, right? Okay, so advance in the direction of heading. Let me come back to that one. I feel like I'm going to put like just a global to help me. So var headings equals, and so the possible headings that they gave us are north, south, east, and west, right? So if it's north, then we're going to go up 1 in the y direction, right? So 0 in x, 1 in y, right? Oops. Okay, so if it is south, we'll go -1. And then if it's east, we'll go, we'll go 0. And then, so let's see, east is 1, west is -1. So then we can just use that for whichever way we need to go, right? But then like, am I gonna have so these are the headings to help us advance, but then I feel like I need the headings separately to help us turn as in a list form. So let's try it. So these are going to be advance headings because they help us advance. And then we have turn headings to help us turn. And that one is actually just a list of north. And then if we turn right, which way do we go? East, right? So that way, I don't know. So that way we can easily turn, I guess. I think it's fine. Some of this feels a little weird because of unfamiliarity with the Elvish programming language or something. So advance in the direction of the heading. So in this case, we're going to set. I'm going to change the name of this to status. And here I'm going to set status sub x equals and here we go, plus $status sub x and then $advance headings sub status heading, right? And then sub. So to move in the x direction, we do sub-0, right? Yes, I guess so. So I guess that's what it looks like, all right? And then similarly for y. Okay. I mean, okay, yeah, that's it. That's about it. I'm gonna leave this comment for a second. I might get rid of it soon, but okay. elif $C is R. So I'm gonna put, you know what? Yeah, this is a useless comment. So here we're gonna put set status heading equals, and now we just have to get $turn headings. Okay. I guess it's well, so I have them here in the form of a list. I want to get the index of the one that I have now, and if I'm turning right, then I increment it by 1, and then I mod by 4. So, I don't know, let's see. How do we get the actual index of something in a list? So if var a equals northeast, southwest, should we roll a function for getting index of, or should we look and see if there's something already? I'm going to look and see, but I'm not going to spend too long. Take? No. Stack? What's that? Print a stack trace? Source, slurp, sleep, show, set env, return, resolve, repr, repeat, range, put, printf, order, 1, num, ns, not equal, nope, make map, log, kind of, keep if. What is conj? Puts a list created from adding values in more to the end of list. What the? Really? Okay. So I didn't know it was called that, but that's the append right there. I was making append and it was never needed, actually. This is literally the append that I made, except better, because it can take more rest parameters. So wherever I have append, I should change it to conj. All right. Well, that's a good lesson, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and just roll my own find index, or actually index of. So function index of, which takes a list and element. So then we go for oh, there's a range syntax, isn't there? I haven't had to use it yet. All right. So if we're over here and we go range, here, let's see. So we can do count $A, right? And then we can do range count $A, right? And then we could do for I in this range, and then put echo $A sub I, $I. But is for values, so we can just put that into a list syntax, very easy. Okay. So we're going to go for I. Oh, wait a minute. What if we get rid of those inner parentheses? Are we fine that way? Of these ones, I mean. No. So we do need those. Okay. So we're going to go range count $L if equal $E $L sub $I put $I, right? And then return. Okay. So here, I guess I'll say index of. Is that crazy? It seems a little crazy. Like, I feel like instead of doing that, I should probably just save which index I'm on. That would make more sense to me. So I'm going to say set status heading index equals find index, and we're going to put in turn headings, and we're going to put in status heading. Okay, just like that. Okay, so then here, I'm going to say first set status heading index to +1 status heading index. Okay. And then I'm going to mod I'm going to move this actually. So this is $status. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm thinking. Okay, so this is going to be pretty wet here. Which, like, for a sample solution, we should probably try to do better. We'll just see. So So literally all we change is that this becomes minus. All right. So then else we fail. Invalid. Okay. So that's good. Okay, I think that's basically how it's going to have to be. So this is going to be get status. All right, seems like a start. Let's see what all the things are that are wrong with it. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, here it is. Let me try pasting it into Elvish here. Okay. Yep. That was 28. Definitely pretty messed up. So advanced headings. Yeah. Okay. Paste there. Uh-oh. Oh. I have something goofy. L more than one goofy thing. Okay, so this first one, L value, I have set status. Oh, I don't have equals. I'm missing equals. I guess it slipped my mind that it was necessary. Okay, well now it went in without complaining, so I guess let's try making a robot. So var robot equals, well, this is already called robot, right? So let's just call it Robbie the robot. So var Robbie equals robot, which we pass in x equals 5, y equals 5, heading equals north. Can we do that? What's it say? Find index, executable file not found in path. Okay, messed that up. Oh, it was supposed to be index of. Which I do think is the better name. For some reason I had find index on the mind. All right, here we go. Okay. So now let's say Robbie again. Var Robbie equals robot. Okay. So now let's see, what does our Robbie look like? Oh my goodness gracious. It looks like a lot. Can we put maybe $Robbie sub get status? Oh, that looks nice. Heading north. It has a heading index. I think we can ignore that. Wait, no. I don't think we're supposed to ignore that. I think the heading index was not supposed to be part of the status per se. Let's change that. So here, let's just say this is going to be var. Oh my goodness. Heading index. Okay. Let's cat that again and copy. Okay. Okay, so we set Robbie. Now if we put Robbie's status, heading north, x5, y5. Okay, so far so good. So now what we should be able to do is go, like, I don't know. We should be able to just like call a function basically on Robbie. So if we go Robbie move, and we pass in a string, let's just start with A. What does it say? Oh, he did move. That's a good start. Okay. Let's see. Let's say it's AA. Yep. Okay, so now let's try to turn him. So we're gonna go right 2 times and A 4 times. It should go down to 4, right? Hey! Okay, so I guess it works. Let's look at what happens if we put a wrong letter in. End of history? What do you mean end of history? Dagnabbit! End of history? That's craziness. Alright. So let's go Robbie move L All right, so if we're heading south and we go left, we should be going east now. So can we get them up to 10? Heading index executable file not found in path. Oh goodness. I left out the set? Oh yeah, I deleted that. I was getting complacent or lackadaisical or something. Alright, let's expand that guy out again. Set. Okay. So glad I tried that one. Alright. Paste that in there. I think that's okay. Let's set Robbie again. So var Robbie equals... Let's just go back and find it. Robbie equals... Where is he? This one. Okay, put... Okay, heading north. Okay, so let's say Robbie, move, turn left. All right. Okay, heading west. Okay, so let's see. And then we want to say what happens if there's a letter in there that's not valid. Oh, here's a question. So the way I have it now, I think that if I put A, it'll go all the way over to 5, but then if I put a Z, it will throw an error, right? So we see invalid movement, but I'm pretty sure he already moved. So did the test show, like, if we put an invalid movement in, is it wrong for him to move, or what do we say? Let's see what it says, what it looks like it says in the test here, in the spec. So they use this invalid command, ARALZR, right? But it doesn't check whether he moved or not. So I'm going to put a note on that one. Note. I am not sure whether the robot should move or not. It seems like he's probably not supposed to move, to be honest. But I don't really have a check for that. When a partially invalid movement command is used. I would say not. I would say it's probably not supposed to move. I'll put that in. I would say probably not supposed to move, but I just don't have a test for that. Okay, so we'll just put that. Okay, seems fine. Okay, so let's finish up here. So it was supposed to be try. Okay. So a config and a movement are passed in. Robot simulator, robot config. That seems okay. If a movement was passed in, then we're going to try to call robot movement, right? And that's it. If we catch, then we'll put nil because we didn't get a status. So here I have get status. And that is how I've been using it, right? Put $Robbie get status. We need to capture the output. Oops. So if we're going to put here, we need to capture this output. Okay. I think that's it. So it's actually pretty simple. I'm kind of pleased with that. Let's see what happens when I try running. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. So I got anagrams. These should show like what the name of the what is it called? What do they call it? The slug? It should show what the name of the slug is. All right, so unknown index must be integer. Okay. So I think it's an error in the helper thingy. So let's take a look. So let's head back to where I was. There we go. All right. So let's show the test. Okay, I'm gonna try copy pasting this. Let's see how it goes. Well, it went in. So let's try running the test helper function. So I'm gonna go test helper function. I'm gonna put in a config, which is gonna be like and x equals 0, y equals 0, heading equals east, and then we're gonna put in a movement, which is gonna be a. And so now it's gonna help me. Var robot equals robot simulator robot with config. It looks like I left out another $. How many is that today? Ah! I'm still doing it a lot. The frequency is going down as I go along, but I'm still doing it a lot. Okay, so not this one. It's the robot test. This one. It was config, right? Right here. So we need a $, right there. Okay. Let me just open a new tab right now. All right, so here it is. Let's paste. And then let's try what I did a second ago. Assignment right-hand side must be 1 value, but is 0 values. So the robot, when I did robot, it didn't actually return anything. I think it should have. Robot config. Assignment right-hand side must be 1 value, but is 0 values. Oh, of course, because I'm not. Okay, we need to move the example solution in, I think. That seems right. Okay, so let's move the stub. And then let's copy. Yeah, let's copy the meta example into robot simulator. Okay. And then let's cat again. Okay, so then let's stop here and restart. Paste in. Okay. All right, so then what happened just then? Test helper function. Pretty sure something was supposed to come out of it. Doesn't look like anything came out of it. I think something's supposed to come out of it. It's supposed to put... Okay, so here I didn't put anything. So that's something I left out. Let's fix it. Copy again. Okay, heading east, num1, num0. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So now let's come in here and move the old right back to where it goes. Okay. I'll close this one for now. And now let's return to here. Yeah. Ah, okay, better. Should move forward. Okay, so should move forward when an A... Oh, interesting. I only got one pass. Ha 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 ha. Okay, expected heading equals north and x equals 5 and y equals 11, but got nil. I've got a comma in there. I don't want a comma in there. Oh my goodness. Looks like I have a bunch of commas in the test still that I forgot to... I said I was going to get rid of them, and I guess I didn't. So all the commas in this file need to be removed. I'm pretty sure every last one of them. I said earlier, I don't know how long it's been. It seems like a long while, but I said earlier I was going to get rid of them. Okay, so I don't want to get rid of every single one. The ones that are in description strings should stay. This one goes, this one goes, this one goes, this one goes. These stay. That one stays. Okay. Let's try again. Better. I think better. So then, should move forward when an A command is given. Fail. Expected heading north, x5, y11, but they turned into numbers. So I think for that, well, let's see. Should I make sure that I pass? Should I be making sure that I always pass them back as numbers? I would say probably maybe so, yeah. Yeah, looks like those are all three failures, as they came back as numbers, and that was not expected. So when we do get status, we should, if they are numbers, I think we most likely want to change them back to be not numbers. Or when we set this, maybe here we should say, oh, by the way, we don't want it to be a number. That's probably easier. Right? Because it's just like that. Pass, 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 pass. Okay, I'm having a really good time with this one. Let's see what the status looks like. So we added a lot more, so we fixed a lot more of these. Let's see the log. Port a lot more Lua stub files to Elvish, and add the sample program for Robot Simulator. It's so many files. Oh my gosh. Okay. Port a lot more of the Lua stubs to Elvish, and add the sample solution for the robot sim. Okay, great. So there's not really all that many stubs left, so I'm gonna try to finish those up. So let me go back into exercises. So we just did Robot Simulator. Next is Roman numerals, which is a pretty good exercise. It's a classic. Okay, so we've got a 2 Roman. I gotta take a couple minutes and step outside for a sec. And then come back with better posture, hopefully. Alright. Not trying to be gone long, but get a little fresh air. Oh boy, oh boy. Uh, let's finish up. I got out of whatever the mindset was, and now let's get back into it. All right, 2 Roman, right? Function 2 Roman n. We're going to do your solution here, and that's it. Okay. Loving it. All right, next. So after Roman, we're going to look at rotational. It looks like it has rotate. Okay, simple enough. Input key. Okay, neat. All right, next one. This one has encode and decode. Okay. Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Run length encoding. Have I done this one? I just want to check. There was a parity bit one that I really enjoyed. And for some reason, that one jumped into my mind. Have I done run length? Oh yeah, I did this one in WASM actually. That was an interesting experience. I've done it in 5. I did it in Elm, JavaScript, Kotlin, Python, and WebAssembly. So yeah, they have got this one in 63 languages. That's the good majority. Yeah, it's a good exercise. I haven't done it in a while, though. I think all of these were probably last year. Okay, so... this background image is my favorite, actually. I would say this one's my favorite. The 3 furries in the kitchen. I dig it. Encode, decode. Okay, easy. Okay. Neat. Okay. Let's look at the next one. So that's the last R. Then we have Scrabble score. we just do score, and I think that's all there is. This is a simple one. So that's good. Let's go to the next. It's going to be secret handshake. Just some function. So it's called secret handshake. Oh. Okay, so wait a minute. Secret handshake, it should allow empty handshakes. All right. I guess that one's fine. Okay. Series. Let's see what that one is. So some function. So series 1, 1. Okay, yeah, so it's just series, right? I think I probably haven't done that one. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, I did complete it in 2 languages. Python and Pirate. Okay, let me see what the Python looks like. If it's 0, series cannot be empty. This one specifically said it could be empty, I think. Let me look again. So the function is called series. Empty series is invalid. Okay, I was thinking back to the last one. Never mind. So we just say while I plus length less than equal len series, result equals spread. Oh, why did I append that way? What the heck? What the heck? Okay, well, I would go back and change it if I were editing it now. Why did I not just use append? Ah, that's crazy. I don't know. Hmm. I don't, what? So what is the point of this one? Given a string of digits, output all the contiguous substrings of length n in that string in the order they appear. Oh. So, I mean, it's a very easy. My Python solution looks goofy as all heck. Does it look any better in Pirate? Probably not. I think... Hold on, let's look. Use context essentials 2020. Provide slices end. So we have all these. Oh, yeah, that doesn't really look any better either. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, well, it's fine. Let's move on. I did change this one, right? Okay, that's good. So after series is sieve. So it's just a function of some sort. Looks kind of bare bones there. So it's supposed to... Oh, interesting. What the? It should return a coroutine that generates primes? Oh. Really? It should return a coroutine that generates primes. Um, does Elvish have anything like a coroutine? I don't know if it has anything that I read about. So it has the peach um, as a built-in, right? Peach. Possibly in parallel. Run parallel? Run several callables in parallel. Wait for all of them to finish. Sleep. Pauses for at least the specified duration. Only affects the current Elvish context. It does not affect any other contexts that might be executing in parallel as a consequence of a command such as peach. This command is intended for doing a fixed number of heterogeneous things in parallel. If you need homogeneous parallel processing of possibly unbound data, use peach instead. Okay. So the short answer is I don't think I have any idea about doing like a coroutine per se in Elvish. So for now, I think I want to leave that alone. Let's look at meld. I haven't looked at that in a minute. So over here, bash PowerShell Lua. If we go find sieve, let's see what it looks like. So this one, I think, does not have anything to do with coroutines, right? What about... Oh, where did it go? What about this one? So in Lua it does. What about in Waza? What about one more? Teakle? How about in Teakle? Okay. I think for the most part, so coroutine looks like something is sort of extra that was introduced for the Lua version of the exercise, maybe. Let me look at it on the site real quick. Because, like, if we looked at it in, like, Java or something, like, there are various languages where you might expect to want to pay a lot of attention to something like parallel processing. Um, let's see. So the exercise is called Civ. I've completed it in 3 languages, Bash, Fortran, and Zig. Okay. So like Ren has like pretty good support for coroutines, I think, from what I read on their website. I haven't messed with it much. But so let's see. So if we open it in Lua, it's gonna say what? Interesting. So it didn't specifically say here, I don't think, that it was looking specifically for coroutines. Yeah, okay. Not trying to worry about it too much then. Let's just do it. So we're just going to do civ. It just takes some number, and it's just supposed to return some various primes. Getting close to the end, I think. Okay, next one is Space Age. This is a nice, easy one. So they're going to say new, and then they're going to do... Oh, interesting. All right. I'm just going to fill the stub in with new. This would be a really good one for me to implement. For now, I'm just going to fill the stub in with new. So I'm going to say function new, and it takes an n, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. Next one is spiral matrix. This one can be kind of a good workout, for sure, for sure. So we just pass in a number. Okay. Easy peasy. Okay. So next is square root. Square root. Have I done that one? Okay, I gotta quit getting onto sidetracks, but let me just see. Square root. I've not completed it in any languages. Try to avoid using pre-existing math library. So it is an interesting thing. We did something like this in school in the numeric software class. Like we spent some time on like numeric algorithms, square root being one of them. And there were like various methods, right? There was like Newton's method or something. There was a bunch, kind of. Right. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that numerical software is all about. That was one of the very last classes that I've ever taken in college. I would like to go back to school. I always enjoyed it. I just, well, I mean, what I'm doing now is kind of like me trying to create my own scuffed version of going to school, basically. All right, so we have a square root that takes a radicand. And I mean, I don't think there's much difficulty, or what am I trying to say? Much complexity. I think it's just, well, actually, okay, so they're just going to say square root. Yeah, that's it. Looks a little weird, but I think it's fine. So we're going to say function square root radicand your solution here. Okay, so next is sublist. Is sublist. All right. Okay. So that's the end of the S's. Now we have tournament. So it's just a function that we pass results into, I guess. Fair enough. This seems like a pretty nice one. I'm pretty sure I haven't done this one. Yeah, I haven't done this one. Okay. Triangle. Is it supposed to... Oh. So if A, B, and C are passed in, is it supposed to pass back, like, whether it's isosceles or whatever? I think that's what it's saying here. So we just call kind, and it's supposed to say equilateral? Hmm. Okay, fair enough. Okay. 12 days. Oh, shoot. Another song? I haven't done any of the song ones except the little old woman who swallowed a fly. It's crazy there are so many song ones. That's actually kind of wild to me. Let's see if it's really a song one. I think it's 12 Days of Christmas, right? That's interesting. I I did the little old lady swallows a fly one, but I didn't really like it. And I don't really like the idea of doing any of the song ones, to be honest. But apparently they are common, and there are a bunch of them. Okay, so it's recite, yeah, start verse, end verse. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. Recite, 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 recite. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Reciting like craziness. Okay. Those ones are so weird. Oh my gosh. All right, all right, fair enough. Um, whoops. Okay. Next one. 2 bucket. Measure takes args apparently. Oh yes, I remember this one. It's an odd one. It is pretty interesting. So basically, I guess we just do measure. It's a kind of an odd one. I think I've probably only done it once. Oh no, I did it 3 times. Crystal, Elm, and V. It was a while. That was last year. That was last year. I haven't done it since. Okay. Next up, we have twofer. Twofer. And what is this one like? Oh no, no, this is bucket again. Twofer. Twofer, two test. One for you, one for me, one for Alice, one for me, one for Bob, one for me? What the heck? This one's weird. But okay, sure. Have I done this one? I don't remember it. I think I must have. I did. I did it in Erlang. Alright, fair enough. Well, let's see what my solution looks like. Oh shoot. That's a really tiny problem, huh? Yeah. Oh, I remember when I did that. I did that when my brother was over here. And yeah, it's a super easy one. I wonder how I identified that it was so easy. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I don't recall how I identified that it was so easy, but like my brother was over here and I was like, hey, let me just show you how I do exorcism. And I just grabbed this one and knocked it out in Erlang. I was like, yeah. But I mean, it's obviously like one of the tiniest problems on the whole site. I've only done it in Erlang. That's interesting. How many tracks have this one? 72. That all but 5. Wow. Okay. Crazy. That's such a tiny little thing. Yeah, my brother was over here. I was like, I'll show you how I do exorcism. And I grabbed that one, and I mean, obviously it's like 1 minute. But I didn't remember what the string concat operator was in Erlang. I had to look it up. I think it was still 1 minute even with that, but yeah. So anyway, we're gonna say twofer. Okay, but here's the trick. In Elvish, I don't know if we can do that. It's always gonna check the arity, and in fact, Erlang always checks the arity in very much the same way. So okay, so we did it with 2 different arities in Erlang, so that makes sense. Now in Elvish, is there something similar we can do? Let's see if it gives us a hint. I know we can use options, and that may be what I end up doing. But actually, I have to take 5 minutes. Hold on. All right, let's get very serious about whatever the heck it is that I'm doing. So, maybe I just make it a rest argument, but let me just try something. So, if I'm in Elvish, and I want to say function toFor, right? And I'm going to say echo one for you, one for me. Okay, so now I say toFor, there it is. And then if I say function toFor name, and then I say echo one for name, one for me, right? And then I do toFor again. Let's just see. Ah, arity mismatch. So I can't just define both of them like that. The second one overrides the first one. All right. So in that case, I guess I'm just gonna either make it an option or a rest parameter. Or a rest argument, as they say here. But if I do say toFor I, then that's fine. If you call a function with too few, too many, or unknown options, an exception is thrown. Okay. Need one argument's got 2. Need 2 arguments got 1. Need 2 or more arguments got 1. Unknown option K2. All right, I'll just make it a rest argument, and then, I mean, if it's a rest argument, it should be plural, but I guess I'll just do that. Okay. So next is, so that was the last T, right? So QRSTU, nothing starting with U. V, variable length quantity. Decode, encode. Oh, interesting. VLQ. Encode, 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 encode. Interesting. Decode. Okay. Function decode bytes. Your solution here. Function encode values. Your solution here. All right, almost through them. So there's no more V. How about W? No, nothing, right? X, Y, yacht. I was messing with this one, but that was a while ago, and whatever I did, it was not useful. So it's just a score function, right? Okay. dice category. Okay. Z? No Z. Okay, so that's the last of them. Amazing. Let me go ahead and do my proposed solution for twofer. Okay, so let me go back in here. Twofer is such a tiny one, but we've got to make the tests first. There's hardly any tests even, though. There's only 3, so, I mean... I'm gonna go use twofer. Function tests. Put. And so it's always gonna be twofer, twofer. And no name given. And then the expected, or no, the input is, I guess, nil. Interesting. So, wait a minute. What have I been doing when I don't have anything to pass in? I don't think I've done one like that yet. So, I mean, the obvious thing is to just use a quick helper, so... Function twofer test helper, which takes just args, basically, I think. Let's just say name. So I'm just going to say if equals name nil, put twofer, else put twofer. Oh wait. Yeah, that should be fine. $name. I think. Yeah, so that should be it. So then we'll just put the test helper here. And I'll just put nil there, I guess. And then we'll put the expected. For you, 1 for... Alright, so then this one is a name given and another name given. Here, we put in Alice, right? And here we put in Bob, and then this becomes Alice here, and this becomes Bob here. Okay, so it should be, I think, as simple as that. So we can delete the rest of this. And then inside the twofer, or no, we need to go in the meta. Meta example. Yeah? Okay, so then here we are going to put, I don't know, I guess, if equal count names 0. Put one for you, one for me. Okay. Else put one for names, like this. Yeah. One for, I think so. Okay. So let's go out and see how we are doing. Okay. So these look all green, and I mean, that's what we want right now. But then in the twofer, is this the twofer? Yeah, in the twofer, it said arguments must be 4 values, but is 11 values. Okay, so not right. Set tests equals append tests. So when we spread this, it came out as 11. Okay, well, let's just fix it again. I guess it's the twofer. No, not this one. So is it here? So put tests. Something is goofy. Let's see. No name given. Nil. One for you, one for me. A name given. Alice. Oh, yep. And here as well? Oh, crazy. Okay, let's try again. Okay, cannot, let's see. Unknown cannot iterate nil. Arguments must be 1 value, but is 5 values? Oh, darn. I should change that to show the stack trace. That would be in my Elvish thing, I think. My Elvish test here. Okay, so right here it showed that I got an error which had a stack trace in the example. This was nice to leave this for myself, I guess. think I can do that. And then if I do that, then we need to print it somewhere. So I would say if has key test run stack trace. It's just stack trace echo okay, so the test run, is that where I put the stack trace? I think it is. So I put it on test result. Nope, that's not right. So I guess I'll put it on here as well. So if has key test result stack trace set final test result stack trace equals. I guess it's simple enough. I kind of want to be able to test it before trying to push, but it's probably just going to be quicker to just push, actually. Try showing stack trace relevant. Why not applicable? All right, let's see if it's any different. Nope, I messed it up completely. Well, at least it shows where. 146, 1. Huh, I really left that out. Okay, nutty. I shouldn't push that broken stuff. I should have that set up so I can actually test it out quickly and easily without any friction. But I don't have it set up that way yet. Oh no. Alright. Right. So I guess I have to echo that part. Although, to be honest, I'm not positive. But I think I'm just going to try that. trace to string. Okay. Cool. Stack trace worked. On the third try. Hey, maybe third try was the charm that time. That's crazy. All right, good. Unfortunately, it did not pretty print. It shows it, but not at all pretty printed. So let's see if there's any hint here that can help us out. Oh, so we do have one option. So if we're in Elvish, we can do stack, I think. Well, that's more than I was expecting or wanting. But interesting, interesting. Exceptions carry stack traces, opaque values with no meaningful access methods yet, and will appear as stack. Okay, well, that was not useful, unfortunately. All right. But it can show something useful. Maybe not. Okay, okay. All right, all right. So that stack trace is not readable. So let's not even show that. The stack trace is not printable. Move the echo of the unprintable stack trace. Okay, cool. So, good. Okay, so that seems fine. All right, so now so it says no name given, error, unknown, cannot iterate, nil. Arguments must be one value, but is 5 values. All right. So we're just gonna try to work it out. Okay, so if we go into Elvish here, can we go use sample? Okay. Can we go use to for test? Okay. Can we go, so let's see, to for test tests? Is that all right? Yeah, that looks okay so far, I think. Command, okay, so we can't do that. So let's say, so, oh, 18. Shoot, that seems like too many. Three, okay, better. All right, there they are. Okay, so here it is. Oh, wait. Oh, must be callable or string containing slash. Hmm. This looks really wrong. Two for test helper. I think what I got out of there seemed really nothing like what I thought I was going to be getting out of there. That part seems okay, but it's not giving enough information. That's probably the bigger problem. Okay. So sample is the one that we think might or could or should work, right? Arguments must be one value, but is 3 values. Okay, well that seems alright. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, it says the same thing. Okay, so far so good. Now, alright, so there's those. So we're supposed to pass in nil. Okay. Okay, so that part is okay. Where are we running into the issue here? Still don't know yet. Yeah, there it is. Cannot iterate nil. Do I have something out of order? I have... Hmm. Well, I know something's not right. T? Uh-oh. Oh no. I've gotten hung up on something weird. Hate to see it. Hmm. I'm mad because it's telling me exactly what's wrong. When I, yeah, it tells me exactly what's wrong, but I still don't see where I made the mistake. Um, yeah, crazy. Is it supposed to have the dot on the end or not? It's like I've got it two different ways. It's supposed to have the dot on the end. So let's at least change that. Okay, tests, put, fair enough. Helper, seems okay. Nil Alice Bob. um, have I always been putting these in an array? You know what? Have I always been putting those in an array? Hmm. Let me make a note of that. Note on the local test helpers. The function inputs are always in a list. Okay, well, let me just do that. All right. So the sample ELV should be removed. So we should move exercises. Nope, nope, nope. Fur. Yeah. Okay. There's still not supposed to be a sample. So let's remove the sample. Okay, so the example is good. I spent a long time on that. I don't know why I was like mentally just not on board with just wrapping it in a list. Like I don't know, weird brain fart. So let's add everything, and we're going to say we finish porting the Lua stubs to Elvish and add the sample solution for Tufa. Finish porting the Lua stubs to Elvish and add the sample solution for Tufa. Okay, with all those stubs completed, that's good. Let's look back at Meld and see what else we need to do to get this thing ready to deploy live. Because it's actually getting, I think, pretty close. Right? I mean, there's a lot of work to do to be able to actually like submit it and have it go live on the real Exorcism site. But I mean to just deploy it on like my own instance of the Exorcism website, basically. I'm not sure what all is going to go into that, so I want to allow a good amount of time to do that. So let's close this one. We're going to look at Meld. Okay, right here. Oh, yes. No. What the heck did I do? There. Okay. Okay, so I don't have Appends or GitHub. Not necessarily worrying about those yet. Teakle has image, but it's just a git keep in there. Lib, test helpers Teakle. So that lib would be a good place to keep my local thing. Let's go ahead and put that there. Okay, so just an example local test helper in there. Let's see what else. Was it added, or did I add it someplace weird? I don't have a README for mine. Let's try the configlet lint. I think it will find some good hints. Okay, so that's a lot of hints. So we need to finish those all in. The language key is missing in the main config JSON. All right, so what's the language key supposed to be? Okay, so it's just a string for the language. So let's add that. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, so then what other ones for the config? Oh, actually, hold on. So can we do this same thing, but it does it say? Oh, it doesn't say anything about options for lint. Okay, whatever. I'll just run it again. Missing directory. Shared .docs. Okay, yes, we do need those for sure. Let's look at how those are. So in the docs, we're supposed to have a help and a tests. So WebAssembly has a ton of help. There's some, like, I don't know, useful functions to try to help you out, and it's kind of needed. I mean, it really is needed and helpful. In here, let's see. So if we look at shared docs, so the help, so here's just a short stub help. It's only 231 bytes, so maybe I'll just start with that. So let's make dir exercises shared doc. Okay, so paste that in. To get help if you are having trouble, you can use one of the following resources. So I'm going to say Elvish documentation. To do, add more resources. So the Elvish documentation, of course, is here. Honestly, probably just direct to the homepage. Okay, got the help. All right, now what goes into the tests? So tests, this one's only 94 bytes. Wow, PowerShell. Just crazy little tiny stubs, huh? So the test file doesn't need to be big necessarily. So this one just says invoke pester. Okay, so I'm going to say pretty much the same thing. But this is not the command, so we're going to go and to be honest, this is not like exactly super helpful. But it is the right thing, but if you just go invoke pester, like you do need to be in PowerShell, and I think it should probably say that. You would think it would say that, but whatever. So it's just Elvish local test helper, right? Yeah. So I mean, I'm just gonna say that, but actually I'm gonna say the local test helper depends on a testing utility which can be installed from the Elvish prompt by using these commands. Paste those from my GitHub. So I'm going to leave it at that. Let's look at the lint again. So it says missing. All right, so I thought that was the one I just made, but did I make it in the wrong place? Yeah, no such directory. Exercises, shared. Oh, docs. Missing file. Docs. Tests MD. So what is in there? Help MD and test MD. Should it be lowercase? In here I thought they were uppercase. Oh no, they weren't. Oh, I was crazy. Oh, okay. Ah, all right. Okay, files example array is empty. Okay, so it looks like it's asking for 3 arrays on each exercise. So hopefully we'll be able to do this pretty easily. I don't think I ever filled in Minesweeper or Meetup or matching brackets. I think I skipped over those. I'll look. Okay, so the slug key and the blurb key are missing in the root config. The value of version is 0, but it must be 3, and the tags key is missing. Okay, so let's see what goes in each of those. So the slug. Okay, so there's a slug for each language. The slug for this one should be Elvish. Slug. Elvish. Okay. And then it was asking for a blurb, right? Okay, so let's add in some kind of blurb. Okay, so let's copy something from the website. Whoops. Not that. Okay. And then it said the version must be 3, so let's try changing that. And then there was one other thing it said, right? Tags. Okay, so what do we have in tags? Oh, interesting. So I believe the tags should come out pretty similar to, I guess, Bash. Probably not so much Wasm or Teakle. So tags, execution mode interpreted, paradigm procedural, platform Linux, Mac, Windows, weak. Yeah, you know what? I think it's gonna be, I'm gonna go with exactly the same. I believe that there could be a reason to put paradigm functional in addition to procedural. You know what? I probably will, sure. What's this one? This one has paradigm functional listed. Object-oriented, definitely not, but procedural, yes. But I believe for Elvish we want to include functional. Alright, so in any case, let's copy these tags. And go to the bottom. Paste. Alright, there we go. Let me run the thing again, and this would be a good time for me to log off and take one last 30-minute break for the day. And then when I come back, I'll try and deal with all of these files arrays. Yeah, it looks like that's everything. So it's just 3 linting errors for each exercise. So we do want to try to fix those. And I think they're straightforward-ish to fix.